I grew up in a small town in Texas and lived in a house with my sister and parents. My parents weren't right for each other, and they would divorce when I was 8 years old. In the same year they divorced, something would happen to me in that house that I'll never forget. I've never been as frightened as I was that night. This is what I experienced. First off, the layout of my room. I had bunk beds as a kid. Why? I don't know. The bottom bunk was always empty. Never had any bedding on it except for that plastic mattress cover you'd put on kids' beds in case they wet the bed. Anyway, when you walked into my room, there was a wall in front of you, and the square room opened up to your right. In the opposite corner from the door was my bed. The bed was elevated, laying perpendicular to the bottom bed. The foot of the bottom bunk stuck out, about 4 feet past the top. There was a ladder directly to the right of the bottom bed to climb up to the top as well. The bed was made of real wood and was known to creak a lot, even when the temperature in the room would change due to AC or heat. I also had a glowworm nightlight that was plugged in about a foot from the door. It was a dim light, but there was enough light for me to see if I needed to go to the restroom. Initially, the bed creaking would scare me, but I got used to it over time. On this night, I'm lying awake in my bed, listening to my parents have an argument. Nearing the end of their marriage, they were arguing rather loudly and longer than usual. The bed had creaked a few times as the AC began to cool the room down, but I wasn't fazed until I heard a different sound, a deep, weighted, familiar sound. Familiar because it was the sound the ladder would make when I would step on it. A lot different tone than when the ladder would settle. I was initially startled, but I gave myself a pep talk about how I wasn't a baby anymore. I shouldn't be scared of noises at night. I was able to calm my nerves until I heard the exact same sound again, and then again, in a rhythm, as if someone was walking up the ladder. With each step that was taken, I became increasingly more anxious. By the 4th footstep, I'd sunk into my mattress, clenching the sheets with my hands. I was petrified. Okay, someone is definitely walking up my ladder, I thought. Like children do, I determined, on the count of 3, I was going to quickly lean over the side of the bed to see what it was. You know, because I was going to scare whoever it was. 1, 2, 2.5, 3. I jerked to my left and leaned over the side of the railing to surprise this mystery person. There was nothing there, just an empty wooden ladder. I shook the ladder, assuming it was just the wood settling, making sure all of its creaks were out. There, I thought, assuming I'd fix the issue all by myself, like a big boy. As I lay there, recounting what had happened, I thought, no, I know what I heard, and it was not normal sounds. I'm not being a scaredy cat. I was glued to my bed, afraid to move. Something is in here with me, I whispered. My parents were still arguing. I decided to focus on what they were saying and not what was happening in my room, just to ignore and avoid it. As if this presence was not to be ignored, I heard another sound, another heavy, distinct sound, the sound of someone standing, laying, or otherwise putting their weight on the bottom bed. The box springs on these beds were old enough to make the sound that they were wearing out, and because they lay on these wooden frames, the sound was magnified. And that plastic cover, there was zero doubt about this sound. I know what I heard. There was no mistaking it or kidsplaining this one. This time I apprehensively leaned to my left to peek over the side of the railing, staying as close to the mattress as possible. Normally, if I looked over the side onto the bottom bed, the nightlight would illuminate the plastic cover, enough to see that it was a white opaque, no other colors or shades present, just uniformly white. If there was something left on the bed, the nightlight would cast a shadow from the object across part of the mattress. When I peeked over the side of the railing to investigate what I heard, I could see that the mattress cover was all white, except for two large dark spots, two shadows, right next to each other. Yet no clothes or toys were on the bed. These two shadows were distinctively shaped. They were footprints. You could see the mattress cover sunk into the mattress, clearly, with ripples, creases in the cover where it was being stretched. There was absolutely no confusing what I was looking at with any other explanation. I came unglued. I jumped back as far into the corner of the bed as possible, up against the wall in the far corner of my room. Knees tucked into my chest, arms holding my knees. I started screaming at the top of my lungs. "Mom! Mom!" I was shaking in terror. Within seconds, my parents had ended their argument, burst in the door, and flipped the light switch on. They kept asking me what happened, but I wouldn't say. Was it listening? Would it come back to get me if I told? I said nothing about what happened, continued to cry and shake uncontrollably. I slept in their bed for the rest of the night. The next morning, they asked me again what had happened. I explained that I had just wanted them to stop fighting, fearing whatever it was would come back for me. I've never been more scared in my entire life. I'll be 40 this year. It was so real. There was no mistaking what I saw and heard. Had there been any explanation for what happened, I surely would have just forgotten about it. Years later, in my 20s, I asked my mother if she remembered that night. I explained that I had screamed for her, crying and shaking, and wouldn't tell them anything. She looked at me and said, "Yeah, I do. When you screamed, we honestly thought someone had broken in and was stabbing you." I know that's dark, but that's what it sounded like. Though I don't recall this, she said my father had brought his gun into the room. I explained to her what had actually happened that night. She just stared at me the whole time, wide-eyed. Are you fucking kidding me? I had 2 separate things happen to me in that house too. No shit. This is how my mom talks, by the way. She proceeds to tell me a story about making lunches for us to take to school, and the bread being moved to the floor when she would turn around to get something from the refrigerator. The other story, it's reminiscent of the movie I've seen, Poltergeist. She said dining room chairs were moved on top of the table multiple times. It may be true, but I just didn't feel the same energy from her as the first story she seemed more passionate and certain about. They could both be fabricated because my mom is weird, but there's no doubt in my mind what occurred that night in my room, and I'll never forget. When I was a kid, we'd drive 12 hours to visit my grandma twice a year. She had an old house in the middle of nowhere in South Carolina. The only other building near her was an old mechanic shop down the road. My mom has always been weirdly into spiritual stuff and paranormal investigations. She used to take pictures in the dark, trying to capture a ghost. Every time that we would get the film developed, there'd be tons of dark photos taken in all sorts of locations. She'd point to dust particles and say that they were orbs, while my dad would laugh and say it was only dust. One night at my grandma's house, I was looking for a toy in her bedroom. The lights were off, and it was really dark in there. It's weird that I went in there at all. I used to be really afraid of the dark. I saw 2 dancing lights on the front of the dresser, and I almost shit myself on the spot. I ran to my mom in the kitchen and told her what I saw. Of course, she ran to get her camera and started snapping pictures, but there was nothing there anymore. It was probably just a reflection or something, but Mom still took tons of photos. She developed the film when we got home, and the pictures were all normal, except for one of the wardrobe. And that one, it had 2 bright lights on it. They looked nothing like the dust particles in Mom's other photos. I showed that picture to my friends for years after, but unfortunately, Mom was also a hoarder, so it was eventually lost. I kicked myself for not keeping it in a safer space, but I was just a kid. Still, I think that what happened is really cool, even if people don't believe me when I tell them about it. There's a recording from what we experienced at 1:07 a.m., July 31st, 2022, which was my 40th birthday. We were parked at the north end of I-75 rest stop, between the Mount Morris and Montrose exits, right outside of Flint, Michigan, the place where you can't drink the water. We've slept down there hundreds of times, and the woods surrounding it usually inspire an eerie feeling. But we've never experienced anything like what happened that night. I fell asleep shortly after we got there, but my wife was still awake, fixing her hair when she noticed a long, white rectangle standing in the forest directly across from our car. A bright white light was pouring out of it, as if someone in a dark room had opened the door to one filled with insanely bright lights. Then she saw the outline of a shadow figure standing in the doorway. She said it gave off an intensely sinister, evil feeling as it stood, motionless and staring at her. At first, she thought it must be a hallucination or a dream. She couldn't believe such a thing could really be happening. But once she realized it wasn't simply her imagination, she became frightened and woke me up. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw what she saw. A bright, white doorway with a shadow man staring at us. I immediately told her to get the hell out of there, and she did, quickly. We drove towards the rest stop's exit and parked, but as we drove away, this thing flew out of the portal with what I can only describe as angel wings. It followed our car across the parking lot. That's the part I recorded, though sadly, I didn't get any footage of the original portal. The entity looked like a robed angel, holding a staff with his arms out and head back, but it also looks like a portal with angel wings and spirits passing through. Then it shows 4 lights hovering above it. 2 are green and 2 are orange. We sat there, recording it and talking, but whatever this thing was, it didn't have the scary feeling my wife felt before. Now it felt calm, like it was protecting us. But after a while, we both got freaked out again and left shortly after. I know people will say the lights are from my dashboard, but we even debunked that in the video by holding my hands in front of the dash lights. A lot disappeared, but not this. The entity stayed, disappeared for a split second and came right back. To leave, we were forced to drive right past it, and we saw it clear as day through the driver's side window. You can also see it in the rearview mirrors. This is not fake or some kind of scam. I've had the pictures and the video recording for almost 6 months now, and I need answers. If anyone has experienced this before, please take a look. Let me know what you think. Two years ago, I was 19 and taking online classes while staying with my father during quarantine. My father and uncle started going out to see friends on Thursday nights, and Dad taught me how to use his gun in case of an emergency. My uncle's warehouse is attached to our home, and it was recently broken into. Between the warehouse and the house is a piece of land where my uncle parks his truck. And that Thursday, almost a week after the break-in, I was pretty nervous. But I knew it was a way for him to de-stress, so I just asked him to come home early. 2 hours later, my uncle called to say that he left his truck unlocked with the keys inside. It was midnight. I went outside with only my phone for a light. I took the gun with me, but only because I thought that I might need to use it on an animal, not a person. We have some dangerous feral dogs around here, and I've been attacked by one. 10 yards away from the truck, I heard heavy steps. It definitely wasn't an animal, at least not a dog. I ran, opened the truck, and in total desperation, shot at the ground. I heard it drop to the ground, but there was no cry of pain, not from an animal or human. I jumped into the truck, locked myself in, and cracked the window, hoping to hear anything. But all was silent. Almost crying, I called Dad, and he said to use the headlights to see what I shot. I turned them on, but there was still nothing. I couldn't even see where anything dropped in the tall grass. Dad came home minutes later, and he tried looking for blood, but he couldn't find anything either. This wasn't our first weird experience in that house, but it was the creepiest. Now I can laugh about it, and my uncle jokes that I shot a ghost. Does anyone know what else it could have been? At age 8, I woke from a vivid nightmare at 4 a.m. It was about bright green locusts and porcelain dolls. I laid awake for a while, too spooked to go back to sleep, but eventually I went downstairs to watch TV before school. I was sitting on the sofa, and to my right was the glass door leading upstairs. From the corner of my eye, I see a light up there, and when I turned, I saw a figure. It was a glowing, pale blue shape with an open robe and hood. There were no facial features, just two shiny red eyes. It was beckoning me forward with its left hand. I've never felt terror like that before. I slapped my hands to my face, hiding my eyes from the figure. I felt trapped. I didn't want to open my eyes, but I had nowhere to go. My only options were upstairs, past the figure, or through the kitchen behind me. With a rush of adrenaline, I ran straight upstairs with my eyes closed, right by whatever might have been standing in the doorway. I dove into bed and hid under the covers until my dad got up for work. I kept going into his room asking if he was getting up soon, and he eventually went downstairs as I followed behind. There was no sign of anything, but my heart was still racing, and I was terrified. I followed Dad all the way to the bathroom and virtually stood behind him as he peed. Finally, I found the courage to tell him what I saw, but he was a skeptic and said it was just my imagination. I could almost believe him. I was a pretty weird kid. I loved horror and the paranormal, but I'd never experienced anything like this. The whole feeling of it was strange. I still remember it like it was yesterday, even all these years later. I thought the nightmare could have sent my imagination into overdrive. Or that light was reflecting off of the glass panels, and my brain processed that image of the phantom. There's only one thing that doesn't let me dismiss it completely. When I came downstairs that night, I wasn't alone. Our cat was there too. Fugly was a big silver Persian that my dad thought was hideous, hence the name. This was a very docile cat. You could do anything to her and she would just keep purring. She didn't have a bad bone in her body. When I followed Dad through the kitchen, I saw Fugly on one of the dining room chairs, tucked under the table. When I bent down to look at her, she was severely spooked. Her eyes were saucers, her fur standing up straight. She was nearly twice her size. I put my hand towards her, but she hissed and scratched my hand hard enough to draw blood. This really stayed with me. She'd never acted like that before, nor did she ever display that behavior again after. So, that's my only experience. I love the paranormal and I'm pretty open-minded. What's your opinion? Do I have an overactive imagination, or could it have been something else? Has anyone seen something similar? This is short, but I can't stop thinking about it. First, you need to know that I'm a ghost magnet. Seriously, there's something about me that attracts spirits. I don't know what it is, but lately, I've been trying to ignore them while I deal with my depression. The other day was completely normal until I went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Behind my reflection stood a very tall figure with a hairy head and no eyes, dangling arms. It wore a black and white outfit, and it scared the shit out of me. When I looked back at my own reflection, it was still standing straight and smiling back at me. I know that's not what I looked like at the moment. It kept looking straight into my eyes as I backed out of the bathroom and into my own. I closed my door, turned on all the lights, got into bed where I resumed my "this isn't real" chant. Eventually, I fell asleep and woke up the next morning, but when I went to the bathroom, nothing was out of the ordinary. Does anyone have a clue what's going on? It's freaking me out. Once, I was home alone while my mother worked the graveyard shift, and she still hadn't returned home when I woke up for school the next morning. It was summer in the South, which meant rainy days and endless humidity. As I looked out my bedroom window, I noticed something in the condensation. The letters RL were written there, as if someone drew it with their finger. And it was done from the inside, not the outside. The next experience is why I lean towards believing in these things, even though I'm a skeptic. It happened a few weeks after my favorite uncle died of a heart attack. There was a 3x5 picture of him on a wall separating the kitchen from the living room. Mom and I were sitting in the living room nearby, and her recliner was right next to that wall. We started talking about my uncle, and his picture suddenly flew several feet, landing between us. The first time this happened, we thought it was a crazy coincidence. But it happened multiple times. Whenever we talked about him, his picture flew over to us. We joked that he was just saying hello. It was never a scary thing. It felt more like he was watching over us. I have a couple more that are scary, but they're also longer. I'll save those for later in case anyone's interested. As a teenager, I got a little too interested in the paranormal, and my experiences started getting too intense. That's when I realized I may have been dabbling with something I shouldn't be, and I prayed for it to stop. Since turning 18, I haven't had a single experience. Even when I try to provoke one, it's like I'm cut off from it now. Hey everyone, I'm 33, in good health, and I come from Lower Saxony, Germany. Yes, sometimes life has been troubling, but I've always been open-minded when it comes to the paranormal. 2 weeks ago, I had a nightmare that took place in my room. I dreamed that my bedroom was a movie set. To the left of my bed was my grandparents' old cupboard. To the right was a newer cupboard, and the window was across from the bed. In the dream, I was laying on my right side when someone grabbed me. I slowly turned around and saw someone sitting next to me. I couldn't tell their gender, but they had long hair, and they were facing the opposite direction. When I touched their back, they turned around and I shouted, "Who are you?" Suddenly, the figure was gone, and frightened, I got up to look out the window. That's when I woke up shouting. But I was also experiencing sleep paralysis, so I couldn't move. It's happened before, so I knew what was going on. I wondered why the blinds were still down, because I hadn't realized that I was still dreaming when I looked outside. First, I wondered who the person had been. I live alone. I don't have a girlfriend. My grandmother has lived in a retirement home since May, and my grandfather passed away, but he didn't die in the apartment. I've read that many people see an entity when experiencing sleep paralysis, but I'm not sure if seeing it before I woke up still counts. The last time I had sleep paralysis was in 2019, and before that, it was 2012. During the 2019 experience, I was in my ex-girlfriend's living room. When I woke up, I couldn't move, and someone was walking down the hallway towards the front door. Like I said, I've been pretty open-minded when it comes to the paranormal. 7 years ago, my grandfather died from a tumor, but now I need to circle back to that cupboard that came from his old house in 2007. That's the house my great-grandmother died in on December 24th, 1999. I suspect it was the source behind the activity. I do feel like someone is here, but in a good way. I know it sounds far-fetched, but that's how it feels. I didn't feel this way when my grandparents still lived in the house. Of course, I was younger then. A few months ago, there was another incident in the living room where I have a second cupboard from my grandparents. It contains a few old books about nature, and one just fell over. Nothing was shaking. It wasn't standing in a strange angle. It simply fell over, and I was pretty scared. What are your thoughts? I'm not too frightened anymore. I have good feelings about my grandmother and grandfather. They were the best people I've ever known. But could all of this have something to do with their furniture? This New Year's Day, I wanted to do something special with my boyfriend. So we spent the night at a fancy desert resort. The whole day was absolutely wonderful. We relaxed by the pool, saw some native wildlife, had great food, and so much more. By nightfall, we were quite tired from being in the sun all day. We decided to have a relaxing night in, just watching movies and pigging out. At 11, we heard a party starting in the sand dunes. but we didn't think anything of it. Of course, people were partying on New Year's. The music was loud. People were yelling and laughing. They seemed to be having a great time. When our movie marathon ended, it was around 3 o'clock, and we were exhausted. But the party was still going strong. Good for them. Except it continued on that way until 5:30. It was annoying, but nothing weird. Until it was time for us to check out, and I commented about the crazy party that lasted all night. She said the party in the main hall was great, but they ensured it only stayed open until around 2. That was pretty weird. Thinking out loud, I wondered if people had camped close to the resort and thrown a party. But the receptionist said that wouldn't be possible. The resort owns roughly 500 acres, so it would be impossible for anyone to camp close by. We definitely heard a loud-ass party next to us. Freaked out and determined to find a rational explanation, we checked out the suspected area. But there were no signs of a party. Nothing was there except a vast, empty desert. Now we were freaked out and just wanting to get the hell away from there, but I couldn't let it go. Later, I started Googling keywords, and I read that jinns live in the desert, and they're known to congregate near people having parties and drinking. So, was this a group of jinns out having a good time? Or am I looking too deep into this? Recently, my husband's grandfather passed away. Soon after he, our 2 kids, and I moved in with his grandmother. We're actually sleeping in her bedroom, where her husband passed away. I think it's too soon to say anything about what I've seen. I've never experienced anything like this before, which is why I'm coming here for feedback. My first sighting of his grandfather happened when I was entering the living room, and I saw a shadow pass by the wall where his chair sits. The second time, I was leaving the laundry room, and I swear I saw him bent down. The third time, it happened when I was walking down the hall to my children's room before going to bed. Our room is on the right, and when passed by, I saw my husband's grandfather laying on the bed. He was covered up, and I could only see his face, but it was him. It still seems so surreal. I'm getting goosebumps as I write this. I do believe in God, and I'm a Christian, but I've never experienced anything like this. Today, my 4-month-old Malibu started barking for no reason. He normally only barks when meeting new people, but this time he was barking at a table in our living room, and he just wouldn't stop. My family was in the dining room, so my dad tried to call the dog over, but when he still wouldn't stop, Dad went into the living room. That's when he noticed the dog was just standing there, barking at an empty table. I heard the commotion from upstairs and came down to see what was going on. Not only was he barking at nothing, but at some point, he started growling and walking backwards, like something was right in front of him. This was very out of character. He was in full defense mode. We even called his name and walked in front of him to show that nothing was there, but he would not stop. Then, he turned his body sideways and started barking at another spot, like he was following something around the room. After a solid 5 minutes of barking, he stopped. We took him into the den where my mom spoiled him until he calmed down. He seemed fine for a bit, but when she let go of him, he ran back to the living room. Only this time, he was standing at the end of the hall, almost like he was scared to go any further. After another 20 minutes, it was time for bed, so my parents took him to their room, where he usually sleeps, A couple of minutes later, he vomited. He's only done that once before, and it was right after his first car ride. I just wanted to share this because I found it really weird. He's our first dog, and we've only had him for a little while. But I've always heard that dogs can see things that we can't and sense spirits. I wonder if mine puked from stress from all that barking. Either way, seeing him in his little defense stance had me distraught. It just didn't make sense. I don't want to creep myself out for no reason, but it was a weird thing to witness. A few years ago, my ex and I were 8 years into our relationship and still living in a small Manhattan apartment. We were having serious relationship issues and separated a few months later. But we were together long enough for her to know weird shit happens around me. For a span of 4 or 5 months, the paranormal activity was so out of hand that I started documenting it. But unfortunately, I no longer have the evidence. We were experiencing new occurrences almost daily. There were strange noises. Things fell over when no one was near them. Doors opened by themselves. And occasionally, we saw white or black orbs. The orbs flew around insanely fast, and they often vanished through a wall. But there was one thing in particular that really pushed me to document everything. We had all of our gaming systems on one TV, but I ran out of PS3 and Wii games at the time. Normally, we only used the Xbox, but that was mostly just to play music through our phones or watch anime. But we also had a Kinect that was always on. One day, we were listening to music when we noticed the Kinect screen registering 3 people in the room. But we were the only 2 home. It was also impossible for a person to be where it indicated. We had bunk beds in that spot, and a huge pile of clothes was covering the top bunk. Yet the Xbox showed someone standing inside the bed and clothes, not on top of them. We reset the Xbox thinking it was a glitch, but it still showed a 3rd person in the same spot. After that, we started turning on the Xbox every day just to see if it was there. Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. But when it was, it would either stand still, wave to us, or move in a way that resembled dancing. Knowing no one would ever believe me without proof, I recorded a few short videos. On another day, we were listening to music and playing cards when the music suddenly stopped for no reason. Confused, we looked up to see the voice command had been activated, but neither of us had said anything. That's when I started a log in my notepad app. I wrote down everything I could remember and when it happened to us. In total, I had about 2 months' worth of entries, but nothing happened for the next 2 days. Then, on the 3rd day, I heard someone in the bathroom, but no one was inside. I noted this in the log, and just as I hit the save button, the phone was pulled out of my hand. Startled, I picked up the phone and made an entry for that as well. After using the bathroom, I went back to playing Assassin's Creed. I sat down, grabbed the controller, and placed my phone on the bed. I got a text right after. So I sent a quick reply and put the phone back in the same spot. A few minutes later, I was bored with the game, and I asked my girlfriend if she wanted to go out for dinner. She did, so we began getting ready to leave. I changed pants and immediately went to grab my phone, but it was gone. Like myself, my girlfriend, hadn't seen it since I set it on the bed. I went on a rampage checking the entire room over and over. I was just so confused as to where it could have gone. I even stripped off all of the bed's blankets and shook them out, but I still didn't find it. I gave up for the time being and decided to finish getting dressed. Just as I went to put on my scarf, I looked down to see my phone on the bed, in the exact same spot I originally left it. I asked my girlfriend where she found it, but she hadn't touched it. She thought I had found it. There was no explanation. In the end, I simply put it in my pocket and went to dinner. A month later, it disappeared again. Only that time, I never found it. When my mother was a child, she spent her early years in a remote part of Mexico. There was no electricity, no running water or air conditioning. Due to several people living in one small house, it wasn't uncommon for her and a few siblings to sleep on the porch. Yes, they literally slept outside on pallets. Mom recalls some nights were actually much cooler on the screened porch. My grandfather actually built the house with his own hands, and the closest neighbors were miles away. The house was pretty much in the middle of nowhere. Now, on with the ghost story. Mom and 3 of her siblings were the ones lucky enough to sleep outside, and they never had any problems until the baker boy started coming around. He was a small child with golden curls. He wore a white baker's uniform and a mask made of real pigskin. He would walk around the house in circles, reciting a phrase in some foreign language that Mom never understood. At first, Mom and the others were frightened, but with each encounter, they grew to appreciate the baker boy's presence. It was almost as if he were protecting them from whatever fate he suffered himself. They never knew who he was or if he was even real, just that they all saw him. My grandpa always assumed they were making it up so they could come inside, but they swore everything was true. Over time, an outline of the baker boy's path began to appear around the house. And needless to say, the family moved soon after. The strangest part is that before Grandpa died, he said he finally saw the blonde boy with the pig mask. I've never had any experiences that I can definitively call paranormal, but this one shook me to the core. It happened a few months ago, but I remember it vividly. At roughly 1:30 a.m. on September 7th, I was alone in my room and the only one still awake in the house. I was talking to my girlfriend. She and I sleep together on the phone every night, and everything was completely normal. The only light was the phone screen directly in front of me. My room is always pitch black with the lights off, so it wasn't scary. That's not what spooked me. As my girlfriend told me about her day at work, I heard a very low voice say something. It originated near my door, and it was almost a whisper. I couldn't understand the words, but I could tell it was speech. I asked my girlfriend to hold on and listened closely. At first, I thought it was my brother. His room is next to mine, but he was already asleep. He does the same routine before bed every night. He uses the restroom, turns off the hall light, closes his door, turns off his light. He'd finished his routine an hour before I heard someone speak, and the strange voice was too deep to be his anyway. My brother is 15. I know his pitch and what he sounds like through the walls. This wasn't him. I heard it as clearly as if it was standing in my room, right by the door. I tried using my flashlight to look without getting out of bed, but I didn't see anything. After looking around for a few minutes, I told my girlfriend we should go to sleep. The next morning, I woke up as usual and nothing scary has happened since. When talking about what happened, I refer to it as a ghost story, or a haunting, because it's the closest concept I can think of, but I'm open to any interpretation. This was way back in 2007, when I was 16. I grew up in a haunted house. It was the first Victorian plantation built in my small East Coast town. It was constructed during the Civil War, and sometimes strange things would occur. Despite being a skeptic, I always chalked it up to paranormal activity, though I do have a healthy respect for the possibility of reincarnation. It was 9:45 on a weeknight, and I was getting ready for bed. As an avid reader, my routine included relaxing with a book before going to sleep. My precious cat, who's currently 21, was lying on my shins, waiting for me to finish reading. Normally, I'd put the book down, turn off the light, and lay back. Then she would walk up on my body and lay on my chest. However, this time, the universe had a different plan. I was engrossed in my book and wide awake. I'm a lifelong insomniac, so I never fall asleep easily. I assure you what came next was no dream. I put my book down as usual and reached to turn off the light. Only this time, as I hit the switch and the room went dark, a body fell onto my bed. That's the only description for it. That's what both my cat and I experienced. The body had the heft and size of a small man, and it fell from thin air with an audible boom. It felt like a goddamn corpse materialized mid-plummet, just to fall onto my cat and I. And it fell from a fair height, too, judging by the force of impact. My cat instantly flew out of the room in a total flight of panic. Her reaction is how I knew it was a real event. I immediately turned the light back on, but nothing was there. Well, nothing except for an imprint, a body-sized divot in my down comforter, left behind as additional proof that it really had happened. I'm not crazy. I was completely sober and awake. My cat and my down comforter physically experienced what I experienced. Yet, in telling the story, it feels unbelievable. How could such a thing have happened? The logical part of my brain longs to find a neat solution for what happened that night, but logic doesn't explain it. In the years since this occurred, I've thought it over frequently, and in my heart, I believe that I experienced some poor soul's suicide. Perhaps not a suicide in our dimension, or maybe not our timeline. I don't know. What I do know is that a body fell onto me in the middle of the night, and it had enough force that it must have come from somewhere. This leads me to believe that it was the impact felt from someone jumping to their death. Gives me the willies to imagine somewhere in the world, or in a world much like our own, that some poor soul jumped to his death, and I felt it. Other times, I imagine it was a suicide from the past, resonating with my own time. Maybe someone who had previously lived in my house. I often think this because men were a bit smaller back then. The fact that it was a man is as obvious to me as the weight of the impact. I could simply tell that it was a small man's body that struck me. I could be wrong, but in my gut, I believe it. How? I don't know. Only the complex, unknowable universe knows how it happened. I grew up in Germany, and I'm interested in the paranormal, but also a little suspicious of it. I've had stuff happen that I can't explain, like my great-grandfather visiting me in a dream, even though I'd never met him. He died of cancer a few years before I was born. I remember what he looked like, but not what he said, only that he warned me about something. I eventually learned it was my great-grandfather by seeing pictures of him for the first time. My grandmother had stored them in her attic after he passed, but she cleared the room 10 years later. I also saw a shadow person in my bedroom doorway. It was imitating my mom, calling to me, believing it was her. I turned and mumbled for it to leave me alone. My mom overheard and came to ask if I was okay. In return, I asked why she woke me. She never called for me or stood in my doorway, nor did she encounter whatever I heard. On another occasion, my grandma randomly called me. She has a sixth sense when it comes to family and said everything was going to be okay. She didn't even bother with pleasantries. At the time, I was feeling depressed. I didn't know what to do with my life. I have no idea what made her call, but I'm positive she knew everything. She also did this with my sister on a few occasions. She'd call and somehow give her relevant life advice without being given any information. The latest experiences involve my Indian side of the family. Before we moved, we had a religious shrine in our closet, and one night, a blue orb danced through the room. The curtains were closed, no light was coming through, and the orb curiously went into the wardrobe. My husband thinks I saw God. I have no idea if that's true, but I certainly can't explain what I saw. The next one happened during a solar eclipse. My husband has a necklace that he's worn since birth. His mother extended it as he grew, and he gave it to me when he traveled for extended periods. On the day of the eclipse, I suddenly felt really sick. The bus driver even offered to call a doctor once he noticed how pale I'd become. I declined, but I had a hard time walking the last few meters home. I also had a burning sensation where the necklace touched my skin. I immediately called to inform my husband and to ask if I could take off the necklace and put it away and how to store it properly. He said to put it in a box, store it in the corner furthest away from me. I wasn't to wear it until he said it was okay again. As it turns out, his father's mistress does black magic, and the gods that protect us from black magic are weakest during a solar eclipse. I felt weak until the eclipse passed, and then I could wear the necklace again without issue. The last story is the most recent. I was visiting my in-laws in India. Their house is a little old but comfy and pretty. However, I always felt uneasy around the staircase, and apparently that's because it's the most active part of the house. My mother-in-law was a little doubtful of me, but she told my husband that the ghosts were less active during my stay. Basically, she thinks I carry too much light energy, and it dispelled them from the house. Well, I guess that was it. That's my small collection. Do whatever you want with it. I'm looking forward to your comments and ideas. So about 3 months ago, I was on my way home from my second oldest son's house. It was late evening, but still daylight. The road I was traveling was a state route, 2-lane. The area, rural, with a combination of cornfields and woods, with quite a few hilly areas. Traffic was fairly light. At one point, I come upon a fire truck blocking the roadway. Road was closed, so I turned around and, being familiar with the area, made my way around the closure and went on. I texted an old colleague from the local sheriff's department and asked what was going on with the closed road. Now, before he answered me back, I had an overwhelming feeling hit me, telling me to just stick around in the area. There's a cemetery close to that area that I go to quite often. I record videos and audio. So that's where I started heading to. I then get the response. It's a fatal crash with a car versus truck. Head on. Female driver deceased. And she's from the area. After I pulled into the cemetery, I got another message. This one had 2 photos attached to it. I opened the attachments, and it was as horrible as I imagined it was. One photo was of her car, totally destroyed. Sheet still covering the driver compartment. Obviously, body's not visible. There were 2 firefighters in the photo, one standing at the driver's door, looking down into the car. Next to him was the medical examiner, I believe, who was also looking down into the driver area. The second firefighter was standing on the passenger's side at the door. He too was standing down, looking into the driver area. All 3 had a somber look on their face. The look made you think that they were thinking to themselves, what a shame, what a waste, too young, etc. Now, in the background of this photo was what you'd expect to see. A fire truck, another emergency vehicle, and of course, trees and so on. It's still light out, with clear skies. Now, I've been given the deceased driver's name because due to the career I retired from, I dealt with her on several occasions. And he knew that. He too had to deal with her a couple of times. Now, as I sat there in the cemetery, looking at this photo, I kept getting that overwhelming feeling that I was missing something in the photo. And that inner voice, if you want to call it that, kept telling me to look again, keep looking. So that's exactly what I did. I kept looking at it. Finally, something said, enlarge it. Zoom in on the 2 at the driver's door. It was almost like something was begging me to keep looking, to not stop until I found it. So that's what I did. And then it was like a hammer hit me in the head. Every hair on my body stood up on end, all at once. I gasped for a breath of air. I became physically sick to my stomach. As I'm writing this, I have tears in my eyes. I'm fighting not to cry. As I stated, I knew this female, but it had been a few years since I dealt with her. There was no denying it. In that photograph of the crash scene, just behind the 2 EMS workers standing at the driver's door, was the face of the deceased driver. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. And for me, there's no denying that she was standing behind them, looking down into the driver's compartment. The look on her face was the look of complete and total shock, like she was staring at her own body, crumpled up in the floorboard area, asking herself, why? What have I done? What about my daughter? She leaves a 5-year-old daughter behind. I took a screenshot of the enlarged photo to show the deputy. He's somewhat of a skeptic. The following day, I went to see him. I got the full story of what apparently took place, but I showed him the screenshot. I won't release the information out of respect for the family. They've paid too much already. But the look on her face was explained a bit more when I heard what led to the crash. I told the deputy I wanted him to look at an enlarged version of the photo. When I held it up for him to see, his face instantly, without hesitation, went white. Eyes open wide, jaw dropped. He gasped for air and looked at me, saying, "That's her." There's no way. It's not possible because she's dead when that's taken. Now, I've shown that photo to a limited number of people just out of privacy for her family. But everyone that's seen it all have the same reaction. They see her face instantly, without being told what to look for or what they might see. In the photograph, her appearance is what she looked like several years ago. Original hair color and style. In the 23 plus years of my job, I've seen a lot of death. I've had people, including children, literally die in my arms, and I've handled a lot of crashes with fatalities, where I took the photos, etc., and I have never had this happen. I had heard of it, but didn't really believe it could happen. Well, I'm no longer skeptical of this type of thing taking place, where death was instant and traumatic. My parents recently told me that I talked to ghosts between the ages of 4 and 5. I always spoke to a man standing in front of my window, and when I was asked who I was talking to, I answered George. I have no memory of what I would talk about, but my parents, they were close to Mr. Todd, the old man who lived next door. Mom eventually learned that the man who owned the house before us was named George, and Mr. Todd said he spent most of his days staring out the bedroom window. I've been told I was a very strange child, and this isn't the only ghost I spoke with. My parents said that I also talked to a man on top of the wardrobe, but unfortunately, I haven't been told as much about this one. It's always overshadowed by George. I would discuss having a past life and regularly bring up my other family. I feel like I had a past life in the World War I or World War II era. My brother, who is 7 years older, said I once started singing an old war song that no one else had ever heard before. As a believer in past lives, I'm fascinated to have my own experience, but frustrated to be limited by my young memory. When I was 10, I went to bed at 8:30. My mom had a TV in her room, so I used to fall asleep watching cartoons, and she'd move me to my room later. One night, while I was still in my mom's bed, I woke up to the door opening, but I didn't look to see who it was. I just assumed it was my mom. We were the only two living in the house. I heard footsteps coming towards the bed, but then they stopped, and nearly 5 minutes passed before I felt someone lay in the bed and put their arm around me. Neither of us said anything, and she didn't move me to my room, so I figured she was letting me sleep there that night. I eventually drifted off again, and when I woke up the next morning, my mom was gone. I found her downstairs, sleeping on the couch, with the title screen for Pretty in Pink playing in the background. She woke up and asked what I wanted for breakfast, but I only wanted cereal. Before going into the kitchen, I thanked her for letting me sleep in her bed, but she was confused. She thought I slept in my room. When I told her no, she said she'd fallen asleep on the couch. I reminded her that she came to bed, and she looked even more confused. She insisted she was downstairs the whole time. I tried jogging her memory with more details, like how she also stroked my hair, but she was horrified. It really hadn't been her. For the record, Mom does not have a history of sleepwalking. To this day, we're still freaked out by this. We don't really like to talk about it. It never happened again, and we've never had any other paranormal experiences either. When I was in high school, my friends and I used to go to Black Snake Road to race at night. It was in a rural area with little traffic. and we called it that because it had several hairpin turns. There was also a bridge and a set of train tracks that were exactly a half-mile apart. One night, I was the last to leave after the races. As I approached the bridge, I saw a soaking wet girl just standing there. So I stopped to ask if she was okay. She said her boyfriend crashed into the water and that he was still in the truck. I got out of my car and I ran down the embankment. It was only a shallow creek, and I saw no evidence of an accident. At the top of the bridge, I saw her standing next to my car, dripping wet and crying. There were no cell phones back then, so I offered to drive her home, thinking we could call the police from there. She agreed and directed me to her house. On the ride, she said her name was Sally, and she lived directly across the street from a small church. It was only a few minutes away from the bridge. As we pulled into the driveway, she asked me to go to the door and get her mother. I knocked at the dark house's door and felt a little uneasy. It was after midnight, and I knew that I must be waking every person in the house. After a few moments, an older woman answered the door, and I assumed she was Sally's grandmother. I told her everything that had happened, ending with Sally's request for her mother, and that's when things got even stranger. The lady said that Sally died over 30 years ago. She drowned when her boyfriend missed the bridge and flipped his truck, trapping her inside. Surprised, and not thinking clearly, I insisted that she come to my car. She put on her slippers and housecoat and went to the rolled-down passenger window. I hadn't rolled it down. My old Chevy Malibu had crank windows. They were a pain to use, and I couldn't reach the handle from the driver's seat. There was a puddle in the passenger seat, but no Sally. The lady asked me to walk across the road with her to the church's cemetery. She showed me Sally's grave. The incident started my 40-year pursuit of the paranormal. Since then, I've conducted investigations all over the world while serving in the military and still afterwards. Ghosts are real. I'm a 26-year-old female who's fascinated by the paranormal, but I didn't always believe in it. I was open to the idea, but didn't put much stock into it. Over the years, that's drastically changed. When my wife and I were newlyweds, we were best friends with another couple. We would travel together, go on double dates. One day, they went out of town, and we agreed to watch their animals. They had a cat, a bearded dragon, a red iguana, and 2 rats. Since I worked near their home, I'd go over in the morning, during my lunch hour, and again in the evening. I was usually alone for the morning and afternoon visits, and my wife would join me for the evening visit. One day during the afternoon visit, I purposely left the lights off because there was enough natural light to see fairly well without them, and I wanted to save a little on their electric bill. I did not touch the lights. After checking on the animals, I returned to work. When my wife and I came back that evening, the outside entryway and hallway lights were both on. I told my wife I was 100% sure I hadn't done it. She thought that someone from their HOA or a relative had stopped by. Or someone had noticed they were out of town and broke in. We each put a car key between our knuckles and entered the house. It was eerily quiet. I couldn't hear any of the animals, and the air felt stale. I could have choked on it. We slowly made our way through the house, looking for any sign of disturbance, and every single light was on. But nothing was out of place. We both relaxed somewhat. I began gaslighting myself into believing that I had somehow turned on all of the lights. Suddenly, A loud thud came from the reptile room, the one that we had just left, and it was so loud that the house shook. We threw open the door, but nothing had moved, not even an inch. The only thing that had changed was the bearded dragon. Its large enclosure was on the floor and had a sliding glass door in front of it. The dragon, who had been peacefully resting just a minute before, was now rhythmically tapping his nose against the glass, over and over again. It was almost robotic. I stared in disbelief. I'd never seen an animal behave like that. I walked to the enclosure, gently sliding the glass door open, and the dragon continued to tap on the glass that wasn't there, before its beard suddenly went pitch black. Then it scrambled out of the enclosure and straight for the exit. Luckily, my wife was able to close the door in time, but once he reached it, he started tapping on it in the same pattern that he had been doing on the glass. Suddenly, on the other side of the door, we heard another, even louder thud, followed immediately by the cat screaming. It was horrible, but I didn't have time to react before we heard clanging and clattering in the other enclosures behind us. The iguana was wildly whipping its tail against the sides and hissing. It was terrifying. I quickly returned the dragon to its enclosure, and he immediately resumed tapping. My wife grabbed the doorknob. I'll never forget the fear and disbelief in her voice when she said that it wouldn't open. I rushed over and started yanking as hard as I could, but the knob wouldn't even turn. It wasn't broken. It felt like someone was holding it from the other side. I banged on it, screaming as true panic set in. My head was fuzzy, my chest was tight, and I thought I would pass out. Then it suddenly all stopped. The cat fell silent. The iguana stopped whipping. The dragon stopped tapping, and the door opened easily. When we left that room, the rest of the lights were now off. My wife and I bolted outside and remained silent the whole way home. The next day, I'd almost convinced myself that it was a fluke, that the animals had upset each other. When I told my friend about the weird experience, she replied, "Oh, I forgot to mention we've had a lot of activity lately." "What do you mean by activity?" I asked. She then explained that the former owner, an elderly man, had passed away in the home after owning it for 40 years. Ever since they started the renovations, she'd been seeing a male figure in the corners or at the bottom of the stairs. He would rile up the animals and mess with the lights, but he'd never been violent. Only mischievous, as he was upset about the renovations. After that, I reevaluated my outlook on the paranormal, and now I sure as hell believe. In the 3rd grade, I had an experience where I lost a chunk of time. 4 months later, things were mostly back to normal, except I started having trouble sleeping. Sometimes I would just lay there, wide awake for up to 6 hours, and it eventually wore me down. My parents took me to a doctor who said the issue was probably related to scary movies and late-night TV, which was obviously not the case. I wasn't even allowed to watch that kind of stuff. Regardless, my parents became even more strict with screen time, and I was given herbal tea before bed. Minimizing my screen time was one of the most frustrating things I experienced in my adolescence, so when my family went to sleep, I snuck in the living room. I was too afraid to turn on the TV, so I looked out the window instead. I usually didn't see anything exciting, but one evening, I saw my dad's best friend, Tony, standing on the sidewalk right outside of our apartment. It seemed very odd, like he was waiting for me. as soon as I pulled the curtain back, he was staring directly at me, smiling and waving. He was one of the first friends my parents met when they came to America. So I always knew him as Uncle Tony. He would usually slip me $20 when he came to visit, so I always made sure to greet him first. I gestured for him to come upstairs, and the moment I turned to unlock the door, there was a faint knock, so I quickly opened it. I invited him inside and offered to wake my dad as I brought an extra chair from the kitchen. Tony walked in, smiling, and I hurried to my parents' room. They were already sitting up asking if I opened the front door, to which I proudly announced that Uncle Tony was here. Dad ran to the living room to find the door open and the kitchen chair in the middle of the room. He was furious, and he wanted answers, but I thought Tony had just gone downstairs to get something. After confirming that wasn't the case, Dad locked up and sent me to bed. I was so confused. I didn't know if I'd been dreaming or sleepwalking, but I knew better than to argue with Dad right then. I woke up at 10 in the morning, hoping Dad would leave for work before I had to face him, but I could hear my parents talking. Mom was crying, and Dad was on the phone. I came out of my room. Mom called me into the living room. She asked if I really saw Uncle Tony the previous night. Her eyes were red and puffy. When I said yes, she looked at my father in pure astonishment. Dad sat next to me and explained that Uncle Tony couldn't have been here because he passed away in a car accident on his way home from Tijuana. I burst into tears for many reasons. Even as I write this, my throat tightens because I loved him. He was like family. My parents gave me a look that was very sad, serious, and a little frightened all at the same time. And they said, if I see Tony again, to tell him we all love him and miss him. I never did see him again, but I think about him often. I did, however, realize that if I could see Uncle Tony, I might be able to see other spirits as well. I don't believe in heaven or hell, but I do believe there is an existence after this one. And all these years later, I'm still discovering new things. Of the many encounters I've had since, some entities were innocuous, and some were absolutely horrifying. I'm almost 40 now, but this happened in the late 90s when I was still in high school. Dad managed a restaurant in the evenings, so he wasn't home. But Mom was in the kitchen. My brother was watching TV in the living room. I was using the old computer in my parents' room, and in the corner of my eye, I clearly saw two legs walking towards the door. I assumed it was my brother, but when I turned, nobody was there. And the door was half shut, enough to make it impossible for my brother to squeeze through it. Then I suddenly froze with an eerie feeling in my gut, but I slowly brushed it off, and I returned to what I was doing. A week later, my mom and I were talking in the living room, and she was standing in front of the 3 large mirrors. As she was talking, I saw a blurry shadow figure run across one of the mirrors. I interrupted her mid-sentence to tell her, and she freaked out. Nothing really prompted these experiences. I haven't seen any movies or read any books that would fuel my imagination. I hadn't even told anyone else what I saw. Another week passed. My dad came home after just making friends with the building manager, Rick. Apparently, one of the tenants on another floor had quietly passed away about 2 weeks ago, and they'd been sitting there in their apartment ever since. Needless to say, this shook me to my core. Dad didn't know about my recent experiences. I knew that it was that poor person's spirit that had been wandering the building. I never got a negative feeling from it, so I can only assume that they were just lost, trying to let us know. When I was 12, I had a friend named Jay who was 14 and also friends with my cousin. He was an eccentric person and liked to talk as if he were in medieval times, so he didn't have many other friends. I found him funny. He was also into botany and would often go into the woods to study plants, identifying which ones were edible or not. Every time I went with him, he wore an orange hoodie with his name on it and brought along his Jack Russell Terrier. The day of the incident, I was supposed to go to my cousin's house, which was 10 minutes away by bike. On the way, I passed the small entrance to the woods that Jay often used, and I saw him entering with his dog. I yelled his name, but he never looked up. I made my way to the opening and yelled his name again, but he never turned around. He just kept walking. Even his dog didn't react. I almost followed him, but I went to my cousin's house instead. He wasn't there, but his stepdad came to the door and broke the news that Jay was in an accident. He and his dog were coming back from the woods later than usual, and a drunk driver hit them. Jay lived for several hours before succumbing to his injuries. I was shocked. I never told anyone what I saw, and I always kept that doubt with me. I talked to a medium about a year ago. She said my dad wanted me to visit his grave. He was deported a couple of years ago before his death and was laid to rest in Mexico. I'd always kept that thought with me, but never acted on it. A few months ago, I had the time, money, and opportunity to go visit the home he was staying in Mexico before he passed. The day before I left to Mexico, I stopped by the home that he had in the U.S., where I lived with him for 10 years. The place was filled with butterflies, specifically the tree he used to sit under, and we dedicated to him after he passed. My mom still lives on the property, said she visits the tree routinely, that it had never been like that, even when my dad would spend summers under it. I'd secretly hoped it was a sign. I only remembered the medium after I watched Jim Parson tell Tyler Henry that when he canceled his reading, a bunch of hummingbirds and butterflies showed up on his property. Does anyone have any theories? I'm big on the earth recycling our soul's energy. I'd like to think that it's just their spirit's way of acknowledging us in the only form that they can. Last week, I was visited by a little blonde boy with blue eyes while sleeping. In a dream, I was in the bathroom downstairs and suddenly saw him peeking from the hallway. I jumped, overwhelmed by fear. Subconsciously, I knew that he was dead as hell. This was some kind of lucid dream. Everything was so vivid and real, but also felt like a normal one. Though I've had lucid dreams before, and I just can't put this into a category. I don't know what it is. Anyway, sometime later, I got to the boy to try to talk to him, but that's when I woke up. I think he said something, but it was blurry. Felt like I was being pulled away. My sibling has mentioned that he's seen a boy in our home before. I've asked her about it. She described to me his exact appearance. Small kid, bowl cut, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a blue shirt. Strange thing is, I've been visited by a young girl around the same age who's also blonde and has blue eyes. She had pigtails and a dress on. Both could be the same height. So, I'm not quite sure if a ghost can even do that. My mother, who's a mini medium, said it was a spirit, but refused to elaborate. There are no deaths in my family, not that I'm aware of, especially not two blonde kids. Perhaps they are siblings. Can't find any news articles about a murder in town. Nothing that involves 2 children. Tonight I was helping my cousin set up his new basketball hoop, and I watched him play a little after we finished. Just as we were about to go inside, I heard a little girl screaming for help. It sounded like she was near our pond. I was shaking. My cousin had already gone inside, but when he came back out, the noise stopped. I kept shaking as I walked inside to tell my fiancé. She looked out our bathroom window to see a little girl by the pond. She called me over to look, but the girl was already gone. We've heard knocking and howling, but this was a first. I don't know what's happening. I'm seriously terrified. I checked for any trace of an actual little girl, but there's no sign of anyone having been down there. It's so muddy, there would have been footprints or some trace left behind. I know it wasn't a real kid. If she'd fallen into the water, there would have been ripples and splashing, but the surface was calm and serene. I've been reading up on skinwalkers. I'm 60% native. We just had a child, and lots of negative things are going on in the family right now. I think it's feeding off of these things. I'm going to start catching this stuff on camera so everyone can see what I mean. Hello, my name is Alexa, and I'm 35 years old. I've always been sensitive to the paranormal. I've attracted things both human and non-human. This was not my first experience, but it stands out because of how I felt. When I was 12, I would walk to and from school, and I always took a shortcut through the local cemetery. One day, I fell in the cemetery, and I saw bare feet right in front of me. I immediately felt very uneasy. When I stood up, I saw a woman. She was wearing a knee-length white nightgown. She had long black hair. She was looking down at her feet. I felt very unsettled, like I could be in danger. She looked at me. When I said hello, that's when I noticed her eyes were blood red, almost reptilian, with vertical pupils. It felt like she was looking through me. She said that I should be more careful, and I needed to go home. Then she disappeared. I never saw her again. I have no idea what she was, but I inherently knew that she could have killed me. If anyone knows what she could have been, please let me know in the comments. My mom is a realtor and has shown a variety of different houses in her time working that job. About 4 years back, she came home from one, pale and jittery. I joke that she's looked like she's seen a ghost. She just slowly nods. Apparently, she'd been taking pictures of the house in order to put them online and had been standing in the doorway, checking through the digital camera. She's taking a while, and apparently halfway through, when somebody had impatiently cleared his throat behind her. Now, she was the only one in the house, and so practically jumped through the door to get out as soon as she heard it. Standing on the front porch, she'd realized that she left the keys behind her, so she had to brave going back in order to retrieve them. She ran in, grabbed the keys, and ran back out, back to the car, and back home. That's where I came in, made the joke, and the story enters an endless loop of retelling and retelling. Now the house. The house is old, apparently pre-Civil War, 1800s, so it's entirely possible that the house is haunted. She goes and calls the homeowner after we discussed whether to do it or not. She calls him, waffles for a bit, then asks him if his house is haunted. The man goes quiet for a long time. Finally, he asks her, "Which one did you see?" Apparently, there's 2 ghosts on the property. The ghost of a doctor whom the wife of the homeowner saw bending over her one night to check her temperature when she was sick. The other is the ghost of the grandmother of the family who originally owned the house. She'd gone crazy for one reason or another and had been locked up in one of the upstairs rooms. There was a hole drilled through the door in order to look in and see her. People apparently have claimed to see her looking down from that room's window. Months pass as the house tries to sell, and finally, Mom has an open house on a Sunday where over 100 people come by to look at the house. Near the end of the day, somebody approaches her about buying it. She promises to begin walking them through the process. That was Sunday afternoon. Monday morning, Mom's woken up by a call from another one of the realtors telling her to turn on the TV. Sure enough, on the local news, the house is ablaze and quickly burns completely to the ground. Everybody's a little shaken, and several theories are put forward, from racist to homeless people. Me, I'm firmly convinced the ghosts didn't want to give up their house that easy, and so dealt with it the only way they could. I didn't think I'd ever post here, as I normally am a skeptic. However, in a short time, two rather strange things have happened. My grandfather recently had a major health scare. He was in critical condition for a week, before getting better on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, and finally passing away this morning. From Sunday until this morning, he was lucid in his conversations and was easy to talk to. However, he was saying crazy things, like he'd been walking on the beach all morning, that he'd seen a dragon, or that he hit his foot on the door while carrying my cousin, even though he's on a bed and he can't get up, and my cousin is 200 kilometers away. The doctors told us that this was normal with his treatments. The strange thing started when he started talking about dead people. His brother, his wife, his parents. He would say something, wait a few seconds as if someone would answer him, and then talk again. It could last a long time. In his hallucinations, he would only talk with dead people, until yesterday when he started to talk to his neighbor, who to our knowledge was alive. At the time, we didn't pay much attention. Today, when we heard that he died, we called his friends to invite them to the funeral ceremony, and we learned that the neighbor he was talking to had died on Monday. Still related to the story, according to the doctors, he died between 5 and 7 in the morning. My aunt came to see him as she lives far away. She sleeps in my grandfather's house in his absence. This morning, at 8:30, she was awakened by the sound of footsteps moving around the apartment. A bit worried, she sent a message in the family WhatsApp group to know if anyone had come into the apartment. Nobody had come. All the doors were closed. It was only around 9 a.m. that the hospital called us about the death. I don't know what to think. Normally, I'm very skeptical, but I'm starting to wonder. Maybe my opinion will change with this story. My dad has vascular dementia, lives in an assisted living facility. I come over a couple times a week to drive him to doctor appointments, fill up his medication. So we have a key to his room. Last week, he said that management found my key in one of the bathrooms. I looked in my purse, and sure enough, that set of keys were missing. I asked him to hang on to them, and I'd get them on my next visit. I went a couple days later, and when I looked down at my purse, my key ring was there. They weren't missing after all. It was weird, but I shrugged it off. When Dad answered the door, he had my keys and handed them to me. That set has one key for his door, one for his mailbox, and a library key fob. I showed him that those weren't mine, suggested that they might belong to one of his nurses. I had passed a couple of them on the way earlier, so so I jogged down the hall and asked if the keys belonged to them. Not only was it theirs, but there's only one mailbox key per room. If I had mine, then the other one shouldn't be missing. One of the nurses, Rachel, turned to the other nurse and whispered, "The only thing I can think of is Bob." Both of their faces went pale, and Rachel thought to call the library to say we found a key fob that we wanted to return. The librarian said they couldn't give out personal information, that they'd have to contact the owners themselves. So, Rachel blurted out that if it belonged to who she thought it did, he wouldn't mind because he's dead, and she asked if the owner's name was Bob. The librarian confirmed his full name, and after taking a few moments to herself, Rachel explained that Bob was the last resident to live in my dad's room, and that he had died in there. His room had been empty for 3 years, because any time a new resident moved in, they would complain about the room being haunted and demand to be moved. My dad is the first person who hasn't noticed. He's been in there for 6 months. Now, it seems that Bob has finally returned his keys. This happened to me several years ago, back when I was a teenager. I've never really told many people about it, but the memory has always stuck with me. Some background. I've always believed in paranormal. I've experienced other things, but nothing quite to this extent. I grew up in Arkansas, and as a family in a smaller city, we spent a lot of time outdoors, fishing, hunting, camping, etc. I was about 16 when my dad and I decided to go hunting on some land owned by a longtime family friend. I grew up hunting out there and was familiar with the majority of the property. My dad had been out prior and scoped a few good spots to sit and wait. He took me to a dry creek that I wasn't entirely familiar with. It had a raised island in the middle of it. It was like 4 or so feet higher than the creek bed. There was a fallen tree on top of it. He had me sit on the stump. He left me there and went to whatever location he'd picked for himself. I waited there for a while, not really hearing or seeing anything. I eventually laid my gun down on the ground at my feet, stood up to stretch a little. I remember suddenly feeling a little odd. While I was stretching, I started hearing thuds. It sounded like a horse running, or a deer maybe, but it sounded heavier. I could hear whatever it was, but couldn't see anything. I was in the middle of the woods, and I heard no leaves being rustled around or anything. Only the thuds. Before I could react, I felt a hard shove on the center of my chest, and I fell backwards off of the little hill that I was on. It pushed the breath out of me and scared me to death. After the hit, there was no more noise. Nothing running away, just silence. The entire experience freaked me out. And of course, when I yelled and finally found my dad, he didn't believe me. Has anyone else experienced anything similar to this? I've seen and heard things before, but I've never been touched or hit. What could this be? My younger brother and I have lived near the desert our whole lives. We're extremely experienced campers. I'm 20 and I've never believed in anything paranormal until last night. But my brother, he's always been able to see and sense jinns. They're basically demons. We always go to the same place when we want to camp with minimum effort, and the beginning of our day was completely normal. But the closer we got to our destination, the more I noticed my brother's mood shifting. When I asked him what was wrong, he shrugged me off, just said to keep driving. I felt fine when we got there, but my brother was unusually quiet. It was the afternoon, and we planned to leave at midnight. The heat was intense, so we set up under a few trees, near some water. In the Middle East, it's said that that's where jinns live, but I didn't believe that. As we set up our tent, it fought us. We would secure one end and another end would pop up. When finished, it looked as if something was pushing on it, which is something neither of us have ever experienced, not even during a sandstorm. When my brother feels a presence, he gets extremely unlucky. After almost dropping a box of coals on his foot, he spilled a Coke on his phone, smashed his elbow, and cut his finger. He was digging in his bag when he found an unsheathed knife, but he said it felt like someone actually pushed his finger into it. This was all in a matter of hours, and it made us feel uneasy. Suddenly, a random couple appeared out of nowhere, saying they were stuck in the sand and needed help. We were driving a Land Cruiser. They said that they had a Nissan Altima, so we didn't expect to encounter many issues, but we were wrong. We dug them out easily, but they somehow got stuck again as we pushed them, even though there was plenty of space available to grip. Later, my brother said that's when he really started to feel an evil presence, but he didn't want to freak me out. We ended up towing the couple out of the sand, but it was much harder than it should have been. Our strap pulled off their bumper, and we almost got stuck ourselves. When we returned to camp, everything became unusually quiet. The only sound was that of our rapidly dying fire. As we sat down to eat, my brother suddenly grabbed my hand, and he said we needed to go as quickly as possible. The fear in his voice and on his face were obvious. He didn't feel safe. So we prayed to ease our minds, but it only angered whatever was there. We quickly finished eating, but I was only humoring my brother until I suddenly had a nagging feeling that we should leave. It hit me like a wave, and I said so. We started packing. That's when we heard something on the opposite side of the small pond. I can only describe it as the sound of death. It lasted for several minutes. I felt like I was having a heart attack. After remaining frozen for a few minutes, we drove closer so we could look around with the headlights, but things got really crazy once the screaming stopped. At first, we heard twigs snapping and footsteps all around us. Then we saw shadows behind the trees. I tried everything to get those shadows to change shape. I walked around the trees, moved the lights, but nothing happened. It looked and felt like people were staring at us. We felt like we weren't alone, and that the entities weren't friendly. We also noticed 3 cats huddled behind our car, away from the trees, but thankfully they left as we started reversing. They looked terrified, and they were staring at the trees. It felt like whatever was there was getting closer, but luckily, we were able to pack up quickly. All was silent as we did so. I was most terrified while driving back to the main dirt path. I could tell the steering was off, like it was fighting against me. But that stopped the second we were on the highway. The sound of snapping twigs still surrounded us, and it was loud enough to be heard over the car. The path was covered in birds. They just stood there, staring until we got close. Then they walked away. My brother said to keep looking straight ahead. Under no circumstances was I to look through his window. We were in a part of the desert where we had to drive through the whole of inaccessible areas to get onto the highway. There were no other people around. The only thing we saw was an abandoned Toyota Helix positioned behind a small sand dune. Hidden by the trees, but it was far enough from our campsite to be ruled out as the source of anything we'd heard. As we were nearing the exit, we saw a deer standing in the middle of the path, staring directly at us. In 16 years where we're from, I've only seen one deer, and that was someone's pet. I was in shock. The deer wouldn't move until we were close enough to smell it. Then, it slowly walked away while looking right at us. We quickly drove past it. My brother gasped before sternly saying to keep my eyes on the road. As we got on the highway, I asked what he kept seeing, and he reluctantly described large figures around us anytime we went around a bend. They were either pointing at us or ahead of us. I'm glad he didn't tell me until later. We still hadn't encountered anyone, but we heard sounds all around us. I was thrilled to finally see the exit, but that quickly faded when we saw another deer standing in the middle of the road. This one slowly walking away, but still looking at us. Only this time, it looked more like a kangaroo mixed with a deer. It had milky eyes, looked rotten, but I didn't care. I just stepped on the gas and was glad it got out of the way in time. At the exit, I was about to turn right when my brother said to turn left instead, towards a small town. He saw another line of figures pointing ahead of us and didn't think that we would make it home in one piece if we followed their directions. The further we drove, the less we felt like we were being watched. I was distraught. My brother said that that's because we were alone. The jinn wanted to cause us harm. They get you in rural places, so you're forced to stop. And then they can do whatever they want. That's why there were so many animals on our path. He also said that they cause bad luck. He'd felt them from the second we entered the desert. Before this, I always just dismissed his feelings as him being afraid. I can excuse the sounds, shadows, and the feelings of being watched, but I can't excuse the 2 deer or the car randomly fighting against me. It's safe to say we're not camping there anymore, and I'll never again dismiss my brother when it comes to his sense of these things. I'm just so thankful we made it home safely. I had an unexplainable experience occur about 5 years ago. I was a junior in high school. After the school day was over, my best bud at the time and I went over to his dad's house. With the house to ourselves, our plan was to hunker down in his room, play MCC Halo 2 on Legendary, see how truly hard the game is. It's hard. We're in the middle of the level outskirts, just before you reach Jackal Sniper Alley, and in the next room over, we heard a noise. The adjacent room was the parallel laundry room, which had a closed door to the garage. The garage door's handle squeaks. Our ears catch the noise. We pause the game just as the door creaks all the way open. We're staring out the bedroom door into the hallway. We can see the doorway of the laundry room, but not into the room itself. We were expecting to see who was coming in from the garage, assuming it was his dad. Instead, the garage door slams shut, so hard we could feel it connect with the wall. We are stunned. We started freaking out because no one else should be home right now, so I immediately assumed there's an intruder. We gather some random items to use as weapons and literally breach the garage like friggin' Rainbow Six Siege. We stacked up and opened the door as I yelled,
"Whoever the fuck is in here better come out right fucking now."
Silence. Stale silence and utter darkness. We flip the lights on and begin a search of the garage. I tell my buddy to check if the side door to the backyard is locked. It is. While he looks around outside, I make note that there's no windows in this garage. No feasible escape that wouldn't leave a trace for us to find. All there was my bud's dad's old rusty truck and a bunch of empty cabinets. Yes, I searched the cabinets. No one was in the garage except us. I've told multiple people this story, and over the years, not a single explanation I haven't already accounted for and disproved. The obvious question is wind? No. I've had wind open and close doors before, and you know when it's the wind. Besides, we would have heard the garage rattling if the wind was hard enough to open and slam the door. I would like to note that there is a possibility that someone actually did break in and manually open the garage door to slide out under it, but that's also unlikely. Not only would we have heard it move, but it would have made much more sense to just hit the garage hanger button. There's also the possibility that in the midst of panic, my bud mistook the side door for being locked when it actually wasn't. No matter which way you cut it, I have a freaky ghost home intruder story. a 25-year-old female, and I've always been fairly in tune with the supernatural. My first memorable experience happened when I was with my cousin Kay. We were only 7. Kay and I went to an older cousin's birthday party. Her name is Kat. She was turning 12. It was a gorgeous June day, the perfect time to enjoy a nice summer breeze. Kat's party was at Duncan Park in Natchez, Mississippi. While this park had its usual picnic tables and playground equipment, it was surrounded by weeping willows, which aren't that uncommon to find in this part of Mississippi. However, unlike other parks, this one was sitting right next to an old plantation house, an abandoned YMCA that closed down in the 70s, and the front of an old locomotive that the city was forced to fence off because people like my aunt had defaced it in their youth. My cousin Kay and I ran around the park while waiting for the rest of our family to show up and enjoy the festivities. That's when we saw them. 2 women dressed in pastel, lacy dresses with bell skirts and bonnets, the style resembling that of the Civil War era. However, in our 7 or 8-year-old brains, they were dressed like Barbie princesses. So we followed. We still had that childlike naiveness when it came to stranger danger. They walked up the steps to the front porch of the Greek Revival-style home, where we saw a few men in tailcoats, adorned with top hats and what looked to be afternoon tea set up on a table. My cousin and I watched at a distance, at first completely entranced by the scene in front of us. It was like something out of a fairy tale. We got a bit closer. I remember we were going to ask them something. What were we going to ask them? I don't remember. I do remember that as soon as the word "hey" came out of our mouths, the ladies in dresses, the gentlemen in suits, stopped what they were doing and floated through the walls of the house, disappearing completely. My cousin and I stood there, looked at each other for a few minutes in disbelief at what we'd just witnessed. Kay and I came to a silent understanding that no one would believe us, since we were just children. We would have been written off as having overactive imaginations. We went back to Kat's party like everything was normal. Didn't utter a word of what had just happened to anyone. Fast forward to when we were teens. We finally told my mom what we'd experienced all those years ago. My mom told us that the Auburn plantation had reenactments in the spring. So what we must have seen was former residents enjoying the summer breeze like they were still amongst the living. My cousin and I have always been close. We've been tight ever since we were kids. At one point in my life, when I was around 9 years old, my family had moved in with his family in their upstairs apartment in Montebello, California. It was a pretty great time in my childhood because I'm the youngest out of my siblings. Me and my cousin are around the same age. I finally had someone my age to play with. My cousin has 2 older siblings and a little brother who was around 3 or 4 at the time. So having someone to play with his age was also great for my cousin too. The first couple of nights that we spent over there were pretty normal. We woke up, got ready for school, came home, did our homework, ate dinner. We'd play for a little bit and then go to bed. Whenever we would play after dinner, I noticed that my youngest cousin was also playing in the front room by himself, but having full-blown conversations with himself. I asked my cousin, "Who's he talking to?" And my cousin responded with, "Yeah, I don't know, man. He keeps telling everybody that he has an imaginary friend named Gilbert. My mom says it's just a phase he's going through." We didn't think nothing of it. Me and my cousin would just continue to play. Him being 3 years old and us being 9 years old, we would play with him whenever we could, but the age difference would always get in the way. Me and my cousin wanted to play with action figures. My little cousin wanted to play act like a puppy. It's just the nature of being a 3-year-old. Things started to take a turn when me and my cousin would notice that some of the toys that we would put away because they were our favorites would always be misplaced, or not in the same position we would leave them. We always thought it was weird. One night after dinner, me and my cousin decided that we were going to take our action figures and play by the kitchen table. Little did we know that we were about to experience together something that we would remember for the rest of our lives. I remember grabbing all of our Marvel action figures together and bringing them over by the kitchen table. My cousin shouts, "I want to play Wolverine." And I respond with, "Okay, I'm going to play Spider-Man." And just as 9-year-old kids do, we let our imagination take over. We begin playing with our action figures. In the middle of our role-playing, my little cousin comes up to us and asks if we want to play hide-and-seek with him. My cousin told him, "No, we're going to play with our toys, but you can play with us if you want to." I remember after my cousin said no, my little cousin stood there looking at us. Then he turned to his side and said, "See, I told you they don't want to play." Me and my cousin looked at each other. Like he was crazy, I said to him, "Who are you talking to?" My little cousin responded with, "I'm talking to my friend Gilbert. He wants to play hide and seek. He doesn't like it when you guys say no." I remember laughing. I'm telling my little cousin, "Well, tell your friend Gilbert, we don't want to play with him." My little cousin just looked at us one more time and walked away. Me and my other cousin laughed it off and continued to play with our toys. As we were playing with our toys, me and my cousin started to hear noises coming from the kitchen. We both looked at each other with the facial expression that described without saying words, "Did you hear that?" And while looking at one another, simultaneously, we both shrugged and continued to play. Once we started playing again, we hear what sounds like dishes in the dish rack shaking, as if something was vibrating them. We both look at each other again. Both of our facial expressions are the same. We are both looking at each other like, what the hell is going on in the kitchen? So we put our toys down. We peek our heads into the kitchen area, and as we do, we can see the dish rack shaking uncontrollably. I remember feeling confused and thinking to myself, why is it shaking like that? As me and my cousin are both looking at the dish rack shake for no reason, we both see a butter knife suddenly rise out of the dish rack, hover in the air for a second, then tossed in our direction onto the floor. Me and my cousin are now both looking at this butter knife on the floor, about 2 feet away from us. We both look at each other, and I say to him, "Did you just see that?" And he responds with, "Yep." Then my cousin decides to tell me about all these conversations, the ones he's been overhearing between his mom and his stepdad, about all the weird things that have been happening around his apartment, how they both feel that Gilbert is a spirit that's been following my little cousin. Then he told me a few nights ago, before we moved into his apartment, him and his older sister were in their room, the one that they share. They were watching TV, and all of a sudden, they could hear footsteps in their hallway. He said that him and his older sister were the only ones awake, and every time they would open up their door to look out into the hallway, they wouldn't see anyone. He said that they went back and continued to watch TV with the door shut. Then, again, all of a sudden they hear the footsteps charging in the direction of their room in the hallway. And as soon as it got close to their door, boom, the door burst open. They could hear footsteps running away. As we got older, we were both in our 20s. Me and my cousin got drunk together one night. It was pretty close to a holiday. We were both discussing our experiences that we had with other family members, including my grandma. My grandmother still lives in the same apartment complex, but downstairs to where my cousins used to live. She's been there so long that she's very good friends with the owner of the apartments. My grandmother decides to tell us, finally admits to us that my younger cousin's friend, Gilbert, was anything but imaginary. Both my grandmother and grandfather claimed to have actually seen him. She described him as a boy with a somewhat of a bowl haircut, wearing old-fashioned clothes, such as a button-up long sleeve, with the sleeves rolled up, trousers, suspenders. She told us the night that she first saw him, she knew it wasn't normal. So she contacted the owner of the apartments and explained to him what she'd seen and experienced. She said the owner had admitted that a family had once lived in the upper apartments, where my cousin used to live. A very long time ago, when the apartments were first built, he'd told her that the family's youngest son had passed away upstairs. He's not exactly sure about the specifics of the situation. He said the little boy's name was Gilbert.